Welcome back, guys, to another stream. My name is Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and this evening we are in the Unreal Engine. A nice change from the past few streams, which has been Unity, and the version of Unreal Engine we are using is 5.2.1. So this is my group project for university. It's a Space Invaders style game, and those of you that have been watching already will have seen the progress with the game. That enemy projectile spawn is essentially something I put in as a playtesting thing. So we've got a number of power-ups that can drop. Got the score working, the health, the mana, loads of cool stuff really. So this evening I'm going to be, depending on time, the first thing I need to do is the lose screen. So if the player's health drops to 0, they're dead basically. So we're going to get that done, and then we're going to jump into the leaderboards. Now I found a tutorial. The way the leaderboards work, I've done high scores. Well, I've done a best time and best score and things on 2 previous games, so I know how to do that for single player. But for this type of game, that's a typical arcade game. You normally have like a leaderboards, like you know, like a high score with like maybe 5 to 10 entries. So I haven't worked with that before. It basically works through arrays and a save file. Save files I've got experience with, but using an array within the high scores, it's all new to me. I found the perfect tutorial that covers exactly how it should be done. It's a very long one though, it's about 40 minutes. So once I've got the lose screen UI functional, I will be jumping into that. And it's going to be good. It's going to be great. I'll just check. The audio was playing there. Yes, it was. Good. Right, so what we're going to have is a condition when the player's health reaches 0. So at the moment, this is the player character. So, yeah, this is for play testing. Pressing F and K. Damage to the player's health, and then I think what we'd need is to call the custom event in there. So if we had a custom event, because we don't want to use kind of on tick, because they're always running, and the more things you have, it's just I think more of a drain on resources. So we can have something here. So for the event damage, if I just go into the, I think it's, would it be a player projectile or the enemy? I don't think that handles it. That handles the random drop. Move up. That's the score. Is it going to be in the projectile? There we go, applied damage. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's all good. Okay, right. So let's, first off, we need to create the lose condition. So what we're going to do is, well, it makes sense to have this kind of near the red one because it's sorry, I do apologise. It's near the player's character. So let's create a custom event, and we're going to call this player death. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to get the health. Oh, hold on, I just need to draw up the HUD. 1 second. Oh, it's nice to be in Unreal. I've been in Unity the past 3 or 4 streams. I've done so much work on my platform. I'm so happy with it, but I'm very Unitied out, to say the least. So it's refreshing to be in the Unreal Engine. Um, right, so the health bar just gets the player's health. Yeah, okay. Right, so we're going to have a condition here. And we're going to get the health. And it's going to be a branch condition. So it's going to be get the player's health. Equal or less. So is the player's health equal or less than 0? So if it's 0 or below, that's the condition. If that's true, do I have a sound effect for the player dying? Player defeated. Okay. So we want to play that sound effects. So it's going to be spawn sound 2D. So if I just copy that and go back in there. Alright, so we can just quickly test that. And what we'll do, we will call this custom event. So within that line, whenever damage is being dealt to the player, we're basically checking that at the same time. So when it hits 0, it should follow through with this custom event. So let's just test it. So cool. I made those sound effects. JSFX are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, so play the sound effect. And then we're going to pause game. Boom. Okay, and that is it. And then obviously at that point, we would draw the UI to screen. Okay, so that handles really simple. That handles the player def. So we're going to create the screen, and if I just show you, this was what I had here. Okay, now just trying to think. Interesting. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Because basically, at this point, where the player, when the player dies, this is basically the screen I'm going to quickly put together as a grey box functional UI, right? The player dies, and we get that, and then it's kind of like within that same box, you want to have something for the player to enter their name. So you'd have evil triumphs, you get your stats, score, time, and then maybe beneath that you'd have a box to say, you know, enter your name. And then maybe after that, they can go to the main menu, and then they'll be able to access the high scores. I mean, you could have it in one screen. I'm not sure. I mean, what we could do is maybe have the buttons saying next, and then what could happen is when you click next, like the leaderboards would pop up and show your position, and then you go to main menu, maybe. Not sure. If I just get that all in, and then once the leaderboard's been programmed, I guess we could then decide on whether to include it on lose state, obviously at the win state, you know, so it's kind of like how it's going to be displayed. Because I think it's good to get the player to enter their name, and then maybe when they click enter, then we draw the leaderboard UI, and then you have the option to do back or main menu. So I think that's a good way of doing it. So I'm going to move that to my other screen. Right, let's put this together. We'll just create what I had planned, and then we can think about the leaderboard after. And if I do put in just main menu button or quick game, you know, can then decide if we want to like rename the buttons, add buttons, just make some of those decisions further down the line. So it's all good. Right, so in the UI, the menus, we're going to need a new folder, and this one is going to be called player defeat, or just call it player defeat. Now the pause menu is basically going to be the same. You've got to bear in mind, this is just a functional UI. This is not how it's going to look, guys. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the pause menu widget, go into here, and call this player defeat. I can't spell. There we go. Okay. So this is the player defeat. We've got the buttons on there. So I'm going to have, I think I'll have an option for retry and main menu. So I'm going to rename that text. Actually, if I get rid of the quit button, right, we don't have a quit, so we can get rid of that. And then for that, we will say we'll get that box and let's do 75. Right, so then we need to have the score and the time. Okay. Right, we're going to need a horizontal box. So we're going to put 2 of these on there. This is going to be player score. And this one is going to be player time. At the moment, yeah, okay. So we need to get a text box, and we're going to put 2 in there and 2 in there. So, oh, hold on, I've not even sorted the, what numpty? Let's do minus 75. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to add some padding in the middle there. So if I just rename it first actually, so this is going to be score, and then this one is going to be time. So we could have a colon. Have the same there. Okay, and then we need to do some padding. So padding is going to be 5 on the right. Okay. And then this is going to be if I call it TB, it's for text block, player score, and then call this TB player time. Alright, so we need to do a binding for the player score and then a binding for the player time. So if we just move that across there, so get the time. Get player time. So and then, so that's the time, and then for the score, we're going to cast, let's create a reference here, so player ref, and it's going to be top-down character object reference. And then we're going to get score and just plug that in there. Okay, so that should work. We've got the time and the score. I'm not going to do the buttons just yet. What we're going to do, we're just going to test that this will display the time and the score at the point the player dies. Oh, sorry. I didn't draw it to screen. What a silly bear. Where's the pause menu? Did I set that in the top-down map? Yes, I did. So if I just copy that code there and go into the player character, just paste that there, so we're already going to be pausing the game. Right, so we're saying when the player's dead, play the dead sound effect. Set it to UI, show the cursor, and then we're going to draw the player defeat. Boom. Let's try that again. Interesting. Why didn't that get the score? Why did that not get the score? Interesting. Interesting. Where's the time? Oh, we'll just do that then. I don't know why I've got this. That's not doing anything. Get a score. Right, so who's drawing the HUD? Is it the level that's drawing the HUD? I can't remember. I need to find who's drawing the HUD. It's not in the top-down controller. Oh, it is. It's the top-down game mode. Okay. Right, so we need to... right, in here, for the time, that one. Right. Get the game mode. There we go. We got there in the end. Let's see if that works. Yes, baby. Right, that is the time. Okay, that's getting the time. Right, so now why is the score not working? I don't know why that's not working. Like, why is the score... Why is the score not getting shown? Right, okay. So I need to set that player ref, I remember. I remember. Now it should work. Die. There we go. Evil triumphs. When a player dies, draw the screen. So oh, what? Why did that not move the code first time? Okay, so when the player clicks retry, we are going to play the sound. We're going to game only, hide the mouse, unpause it. Right, so we need to basically load map, load level. Dude. That's strange. Why won't it let you... You can't rename it. Interesting. Open level. Open level, not load level. Hey Si, welcome to the stream, bro. Oh my god. Just doing the UI at the moment. Right, so when we click retry, we do the... No, not doing that yet. I'm going to have a look at that tomorrow. Tonight is all about getting this done. This is concept art I pieced together. It's not the final look. I'm just getting the UI functional. So I'm just getting this working. I've added in a button because if the player dies, instead of just giving them the option to go straight to the main menu and just saying that's the only button, I'm giving them the option to click retry or main menu. I didn't want to have a quit button on it because you can do that from the main menu. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. So if the player clicks retry, we open the level again. I'm hoping the time's going to reset when we do that. So let's test if that works. Right, so we're hoping this time and score's going to reset. And it does! Yes, baby! Yes. OP. Those bombs are OP. they're so OP. They kill so many enemies. Oh my god, it's like Gigabomb. It's crazy. Oh my god, dude. That's so much fun. I need to create visual effects for enemies getting destroyed and things. That all displays correctly, score and time. Click and retry will do that. And we just need to test the main menu. Awesome! That is it, guys. It works. Perfect. Job done. Why is that code moved up? What's going on there? Get back in your box. Right, so set the player reference. When we click retry, that resets correctly. Everything's reset, and the main menu button works. Guys, that is the player defeat window done, and that's drawn in here. So in the event the player's life equals 0 or less, we play the player defeat sound effect. We pause the game, set it to UI only input, and we draw that HUD that I just created to screen. And nice and simple. Really happy with that. I know it looks shy. It's grey box. It's not the final look. It's literally just piecing something together. So we've got it doing the job it needs to do. All of that polish, the art, will come in a couple of weeks' time. That's not important at the moment. What's important is getting the game working, all the little aspects. Right, so I need to give this a comment. So easy. Right, I'm going to give it the same colour as this. Copy that hex code. Okay, so this I've given red, but I don't like that shade of red. That's a really weird. Oh, it was a really weird. Didn't like that. It was a bit too. I don't know, like rose. What is that colour, dude? What is that colour? That's like rosy red. Give me red. Give me like a proper rich red. That's better. Sorry, that red. It is like a peachy rosy red. That is really strange. It's almost pinkish. There we go. Right, so when the player receives damage, the event any damage carries that, and at the end of that we're calling the custom event I made for player death. And this, so instead of it being an on tick event which is going to drain on system resources, we're just plugging it in here because it is related to the player taking damage. So when the player's life is 0 or less, we play sound effects for them dying. We set the game mode to UI input only, which means just basically the mouse. We hide the Oh, sorry. We show the mouse cursor. We pause the game, and we draw this to screen. We draw that to screen, guys. The lose screen. And that's it. That's literally one job done. So so that is the lose game UI done. Right, the next one, I'm a little bit nervous about doing this, guys. I've got a massive tutorial for this. I need to get this done. It's a 40-minute video, but a lot of it I've already covered, or I have experience with. It uses arrays, and the code is really complex. It's not. I mean, it's not too complex. I mean, it's just there's a lot of different things happening with it. So it's a big thing. It's quite important for this game, and I need to decide on here. I think I think at the point the player dies, I think we also need to draw a HUD there. So it's like a secondary layer. So it would kind of be like enter your name. So when you die, because normally when you die in a game, like I've got quite a few Sega games and things behind me, but normally when you die, and if you've reached a high enough score, you get the chance to enter your name. So it would make sense that when the player dies, like a second layer on top of this, that would be, like enter name, and then you enter your name, and then you're shown this screen here with your score and time, and then if you were to go to the main menu and go to the leaderboard, you can see if your name's on there. Or it's kind of like, do we get the player's name when they're dead, show them the leaderboard straight away, and then have like a 5-second timer, and after that we then display this. So essentially the UI for the leaderboard is going to be a separate widget. So I can decide how that should be displayed. I think it could technically get merged with this potentially, but I like the idea of maybe just having an input box, enter your name, and then once you submit that name, it would then say added to leaderboards or added to high scores. And then from the main menu, the player can access the high scores. Right, so we're going to jump into the high scores, guys. And you're going to have to bear with me because I am following a tutorial for this. This is the mock-up that I did. Very simple. I was just going to have 5 entries for the high score. I didn't want to have any more. I think, you can just make it a bit too overpopulated. So I think 5 entries is a nice amount. So I'm going to go for 5. It's just going to be a simple box with high scores at the top, and then the 5 entries that will be put inside that. So let's start. So the tutorial I've got, like I say, it's a big one. It's quite a big one. It's 42 minutes long. So basically we need to create a save data file for the high scores. We need to create the leaderboard, player info, and sort the players by scores. So we're going to be using loops and arrays in this. Right, so okay, right, okay, so the first bit we're doing is we're creating So we're going to give the users something to enter their name. Okay, right, so if we come out of here, and if we go into our widgets, the menu, so this is going to be, if I just do a new folder and call this enter name. Yeah, if I just call it enter name, that's easy enough. So I give the naming WBP for widget blueprint, and we'll call this enter name. Okay, and what do they do on this video? Alright, so we're going to do a canvas. And then alright, then we're going to do a border. I've not used borders before. Hold on a minute. On this video, let's anchor this to the top actually. There we go. Right, and then if we set this to black, oh, appearance. And then the opacity, not there. Do the alpha. If we have the alpha at say 0.25, so it's basically like a gentle covering of the game screen. Okay. Okay, then we need a text box. So like I say guys, I'm following a tutorial for this because I have done a lot of UI, but this video covers the high scores in a way that I've never done before. There's quite a lot to it, so just bear with me while I do this. What? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Sorry, I was looking around. I was like, where, where can I set it to kind of be placed? Oh, hold on. Have I picked the wrong one? I picked the wrong one. Sorry, guys. I picked the wrong one. What a numpty. It's the text box I need. Text box. Right, there we go. Right, let's... Hold on, this tutorial's jumping ahead. I'm trying to sort this out. Hold on, guys. Text style. I want the text to... Why is it saying the foreground colour's pink? Okay, right. Okay, so in the font... .30. Why is it saying the colour's pink? Bro. I like the idea of it being white on black. Um, like that. It'd be nice if we could kind of curve the edges of, like, bevel the edges of the. Oh, they are kind of. They are kind of beveled. Right, we're 2 minutes 47 into this tutorial I'm following, guys. We'll go for a grey. I can always change this colour scheme later into the coding. I shouldn't be faffing around with that too much. Okay, so now we're going to go down. There's a button on text committed. Okay. So when the player types in their name and commits it, then this is what we'll do with that string. Okay, right, so we're in our player character at the moment. And we're going to add a variable. It's going to be called player name. Or actually no, I'll just have it as my name. And that's going to be a string. Variable. And we've already got the score. Okay, so what they're doing at the moment is they're in this tutorial, what they're doing is they're getting the player's name at the very start of the game, which I don't like. I can't think, other than single player games where you're setting up a character and you choose the name for your hero or something, you do that. But when it comes to high scores, games that have high scores, you're never really asked to put your name at the beginning of the game. It normally happens at the end of the game. So on that basis, I'm not going to do that at the start of game. I'm going to have it in the player def, in the player def area. Now, bearing in mind we've got 2 screens here, so I'm not sure how it's going to work. Like, if I draw another widget on top of this, is it going to be on top of that? Like, I'm not too sure. So let's just see. Enter name. Right, so we're going to test this now, guys. It does. Interesting that that's at center. Okay, so that's still there. Interesting. I would have thought, like, on click, like, I don't know. So you can see I can't click on anything else because this widget is over the top of that one. So what I can have 2 bits of code here. I can kind of, yeah. Right, okay. So that does work. Interestingly though, I find that interesting. Like, I would have thought with the code, the text box, like when you click it, you know, it might automatically select the text, but it doesn't. But that's not a problem. Okay. So we're calling that to screen there. This person's tutorial, they do a very strange thing. With my widgets, when I do my widgets, I tend to have them as on a canvas of 1920 1080 and then have whatever I need within there. Whereas this person's code, they're literally setting the alignment, the anchors, the position, all in the code, whereas I've already done that all in the widget designer. So I find it a little bit strange that they're doing things this way. One sec, guys. Just need to get another vape. BRB. Not too much, dude. It's better than smoking, mate. I haven't had a cigarette in almost 2 years, I think. So it's on the road to the right thing, you know. Right, I'm just watching the tutorial here. We're 6 minutes in out of 42. Right, so he's still going through the process of drawing this widget to screen. I've already done that. I'm just making sure I don't miss anything important. Okay, so he's going to be saving the variable now for the string, I believe. Oh, okay, he's setting a widget reference for the my name widget. Right, so he's creating a reference there. So I'm going to call this my name widget. So what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to remove that from the screen once the user has put in their name. Okay. Right, now he's probably going to go back into the, yes he is. Right, so we're going back into this. Alright, get the player pawn. Okay, so now we're going to set my name. And then it will basically should be that string going into there. Oh, okay, yeah, and he's getting the widget that we did. Get my name widget, and it's going to be removed from parent. Yeah. So basically, whatever the player puts in, we can actually test this as well. It might not. I appreciate the advice, dude. Well, I'm just going to make sure that they've... So that whole text box. If I should be able to test this right now, actually. If we... Too many knots. Right, if I kill my player... Why does that not feel like that center screen? Done. So now, if I go into the widget... If I now go on there, it should say Mike. No, it didn't. It didn't do it. I wonder if that's because it's not in a save file yet. Okay, I did that twice. So why, when I go on there, is my widget... Maybe it's because when we're exiting the game, it's not remembering it. That's the default value. I think that's why. Yeah, I think that's why. It is working though. We just tested that. So I can get rid of that string. Print string. Right, we're 8 minutes 40 into the tutorial. At the moment he's doing what I've already done about the player reference. So he's going over, at the moment he's just going over the score. I've already got that on the HUD, so that's not a problem. Right, it's gone back into the create name, and he's probably going to test this now. And then it's going to do it 2 times. Hold on a minute. What? What? Okay, on his, click it and type. It literally just, his one. What? When he clicked his, all of the text disappeared. What? How did he get his to disappear when you click it? How did he... What? That's really strange. There we go, that's centre now. I fixed the anchor. How strange. Take care, Si. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Get some rest, mate, and I'll speak to you in the week, mate. Thanks for tuning in. Speak soon, amigo. I'm just curious, if I just started typing... No, you have to actually click it. How does his... How did he get his to do that? Right, so we're going to do a do once. So we're going to get all of this and we're going to make some room. Why is that not printing it to screen? I'm not sure if that's working. Dude, why is that not printing it to screen? Oh, what did I have before? Not print string. Log string. Oh, you numpty. That's why. You numpty. There we go, it's working. Sorry, that was making me panic, guys. I just realised what I'm missing. I'm missing my music. I normally have music on while I'm deving. Let me get my... Oh my god, sugars. Right, let me get my chilled music on that I normally listen to while I do my game dev. Okay. Just got to pop some insulin, guys. The sugars are rising. They're on the rise. Okay. Right, so we're 11 minutes into this tutorial I'm following out of 42. Okay. Alright, so at the moment in the tutorial they're showing the score. I've already got that, so it's not any use to me. Right, so at the moment he's plugging in the controls, whether the player controlled it or not. I'm already doing that side of it by setting the game mode to input UI only. Okay, so he's going to be doing the save. This is going to be the save that will have the information we're going to populate in the array for the leaderboard, I believe. So if I go to my blueprints, save data, let's see what he calls his one. So we're going to click Save Game. And we're going to call this BP Save High Scores. Why is he calling his just save data? Give it a better name. Come on. Okay, this is where it's going to get juicy, guys. This is where we're getting into the juicy stuff. I'm nervous. I'm nervous, baby. Right, so... Okay, so we're in the save file for the high scores. So we're going to go on the variables now, and I believe we're adding 2. Okay, so we're adding variable player names. It's going to be a string. And then another one called player scores. This will be an integer. And then I believe he makes them an array. Okay, so we need to click up here and needs to be an array, and it will be the same for the integer. Okay. Right, so I only wanted a total of 5 entries for the high scores. There we go. Right, I've just put in some wacky names at the start there. Oh, right. Oh, he's not... Oh, he's not actually adding anything. Interesting. Oh, okay, it starts off empty then, apparently. Right, so now he's going back into the player blueprint. Okay. So we'll go back over here. Okay, we're going to add a custom event here, which is also going to happen here. So when the player dies, we're going to do this as... We'll do this as a custom event because then we can call that, we can add that into here for when the leaderboard gets shown. So if we call this I'm just going to temporarily call it add name to array. We can always change that. So we're checking if a save game exists. And the name is going to be the name of the other thing. 1 second, I just need to go on to the main menu. Okay, so he's calling that, sorry, I've called that in save settings, so if I just go back to right, I'm going to call this, I'm going to call it high scores. And we're going to need a branch. So we're creating the save for the high scores, guys. Okay. Okay, so I've just named that at the bottom left to save high scores as a reference. That's a good point. Get player names, player scores, yeah. So we're going to copy that and paste that. Some people like to create variables with the string. I prefer to just type the name into the slot instead. Does the same thing. Actually, go delete that reference. Actually, no, maybe I should have done that. I think that's going to get called from another area. Ugh! Wrong one. I selected the wrong spaghetti strand. OMG. Okay. Right, so now we're going to go off of the true. And we're going to load game from slot. Right, we're almost at halfway through this tutorial, guys. We're making good progress. Right, so we're going to get the player names. And then we're going to get the my name. And that plugs into that. Sorry guys, I'm following this tutorial, so if I'm not talking much, it's because I'm following this tutorial, making sure that everything's done correctly. There's quite a lot involved with this. Right, so we're gonna get the add there. And we're going to get the score of the player. So we're basically adding those to the array. So in this handling, we're creating the high scores and we're basically targeting the two arrays that we set up, and we're adding our name and the score. Now we're probably going to have to call this custom event after the enter name, because just plugging that into, oh actually no, it does need to go at the start. Oh, we've got an advert. Oh my god! Right, he's doing the get now. So we're going to come off of here. We're going to get player names. And we're going to right, because this tutorial's on an older version of Unreal, on this tutorial, the get function is literally just get, whereas with ours, oh, hold on. That went so quick. Given an array and an index, returns the item found. Yeah, so it's that one. Right, we're almost halfway through the video, guys. Right, so this 0 is the index from within the array. Oh, he's not doing that one now. Oh, well, he's talking. Oh my god. Right, he's talking through a load of stuff here. That's not actually what we're going to be using. Or is it? Why are the subtitles stopped? Right, so we're getting a blue insert function. That's what we need, guys. Oh my god, is he still talking? What? So, hold on a minute. We're not actually doing that. Sorry, he's just waffled through the tutorial talking about the different functions and what they do. Right, so now we're going to save game to slot. Why is it in this tutorial he's not straightened out his notes? It's really annoying. Okay, so now I think we're going to be creating the leaderboard widget. But I'm going to call it high scores because everything else has kind of been called high scores. Okay, so I'm going to do a canvas. Right, so what we're doing at the moment, guys, is we've got the save set up here. At the moment, we have kind of creating the high scores. But at this stage, actually, no, that doesn't need to be. BP save high scores object reference. I can actually get rid of that. Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay, no, all good. Right, so this is creating the high score now. Right, so he's creating a scroll box. Why is he doing a scroll box? Not sure why he's doing a scroll box. That's enough for 5 names, I think. Okay. Okay, so now he's doing a custom event in here. Player names, player scores. And I believe that's going to be an array. Yep. Okay. Okay. Right. This is where it's going to get fairly complex, guys. Okay. So we're getting the index. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, guys. Excuse me. Or bless me. Hold on, what's he doing here? He's creating another widget. What? Why are you doing that, bro? Why are you creating another widget? Hold on a minute. I don't know why he's creating another widget. I'm just going to follow this tutorial because if I try doing something different, it's going to cost me time. So we've basically got this high score here with a scroll box, and he's creating another widget just for the player info. And then it looks like he's going to draw that widget within this point here, which I find odd. Like, why not handle it all within? Why are you not handling it within the all within the one widget? No idea. Right, let's just go into the high scores. So this is going to be relevant to the high scores, so I may as well keep it in here. So we'll call this widget blueprint player info. Right, he's set this. Right, he's doing a size box for this one. And he's doing a height override. Is that all he's doing? Did he make that a variable? No, he didn't even make that a variable. He moves around way on these tutorials. His mouse is moving so fast. It's ridiculous. Like, you're trying to watch what he's clicking and he's just moving around so damn quick. Right, so he's adding a horizontal box to be a parent of that, and then he's added 2 text boxes. Okay. Did he make those a variable? No, he's not made them a variable yet. Right, so now he's going to wrap the horizontal box with a border. Okay. Right, we're almost 3/4 of the way through this tutorial. I'm excited to see this work actually. This tutorial is fantastic. It's really good. Right, so he's still not made anything a variable. It's going into the graph. It's creating two variables. It's got to be string and integer. Is he going to do it as an array? Ah, okay, we need to do expose on spawn. And he's clicking right editable and expose on spawn. Both of mine are already editable. Okay. Okay, got you. Okay. Right, so now we're going to go back to the leaderboard or the high scores. And we're going to create the widget. Player info. There we go. And we've got the name and the score. So by letting those be instance editable and the option there for expose on spawn, that's now showing up as a pin. Right, where has he gone now? Right, so that's that. Hold on, he didn't... I'm just going back to the... He hasn't made those an array yet in the player info widget blueprint we've just done. Okay, so now he's gone back into the player info and he's basically given these boxes a name. So we're going to call this we're going to call this TB name is a variable, and then we'll call this TB score is a variable. Okay, and then he's gone into the graph for this one. Right, so we're making those visible. Why can't we? Right, so we're going to get that one and get that one. And we're going to set the text. Right, so now he's getting the name. That goes in there. Oh my god. Oh no. Let's go do the same for the score. Nice, tidy code. That's what we like, guys. We like the tidy code, baby. Luscious. We love the tidy code. It's interesting seeing this tutorial because there's certain things that are showing on mine that aren't on his because he's using a much older version of the Unreal Engine. Right, so compile and save. Right, is he... Oh, hold on. So that's it. That's it, apparently. Right, so he's just closed that one. He's just closed the player info, so now he's back in the high scores. Right. So he's now getting the scroll box. And I guess you're going to populate that with the information. So let's just check that is a variable. Yep. Add child. Okay. So we plug that into there. Okay. Okay, so it's going back to the character now. What is he doing here? Hold on. Draw another widget to the screen. Right, it's doing a custom event for this one, so right, I see. Right, basically, this tutorial I'm following, if you remember, I said that at the beginning of the game, he's getting the player to enter their name. We're not doing that. We are basically doing it at the end. So, in essence, I'm not completely following the tutorial to that point because you just wouldn't do that in an arcade-style game. So we need to call this add name to array and plug it in here when the player dies. So after the player's entered their name, we're going to call that event there. So it's add name to array. Oh my god, this is full on. So when the player dies, we display the defeat widget, and then we at the same time let them enter their name. I can rearrange this code. So and then add that name to the array. Oh no, you wouldn't do that until they've done that. You'd want to do it at that point. You wouldn't want to do that in there, because essentially, if you look at the code, what this is doing is when a player dies, UI mode only, draw the player defeat, and then straight after enter the name, and then add name to array. The name of the player is not going to be in the array until they've followed through with this stage, until they've actually done that. At that point, once they've committed to text, that is where it should go, because if it happens here, nothing's going to get added, because, well, the score would get added, but the player's name wouldn't, because that only happens at this point. So what we're going to do, we're going to remove that there, and we'll do the add name to array here. Okay, sorry, gone completely off board there. Right, so now the leaderboard is getting drawn. So what he's doing here, getting the My Score widget. Why has he got a My Score widget? Why has he got that? Like, why has he got a My Score widget? I really don't know why he's got a My Score widget. Very strange. Okay, let's make a custom event. And this is going to be draw leaderboard. Draw high scores. go. Oh! He's adding the data. Interesting. Okay. Right, so we're calling that function. Hold on, why is there an error? Yeah, I know it's got to have a thing in it. Patience. Right, so now we're gonna get the high scores saved. And we're going to get the arrays that are in there. So we're going to get the player names, player scores, and then that is probably going to plug into that, I'm guessing. Okay. Guys, this is going really good. Right, where are we going to draw the leaderboard? I guess you want to draw. You're going to want to draw the leaderboards at the point the loose screen is drawn. Hold on, why is he trying to draw... Right, he's trying to draw the leaderboard at this point. Why is he trying to do it there? This is a very strange way that he's working with his game and deciding to draw the leaderboard. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. In the UI for player defeat, we're just gonna add it in there. Oh my god, I've got to be up in 5 hours 40 and I'm not done with this. Right, that's where I'm drawing the high score. Okay, so he's copying this section here. We've only got 10 minutes left on this tutorial, guys. Right, so oh, hold on a minute. What's he doing there? Right, so before the save game to slot, he's basically plugging it in here, I believe. So he's moving the save game to slot along. And then he's doing that. There we go. This is so full on. I guess this would be a good point to test if it actually works, guys. Let's test this. That should be working. Hold on a minute. Um, oh, dude, this is not the time of night for this to not be working. Hold on, why is this creating another... So the high scores creates the player info and we fill it with that. Let's just do this and see if anything comes up. So if I do Y. Maybe it can't be drawn at that point. Oh no. Why is it not getting drawn, dude? Oh, I can't. Right. It is getting drawn. Right, I've got a solution to this. I've got a temporary solution. Once the players entered their name, once the players entered their name, oh my god, there's so much going on here. Right, what I'm thinking is if we jump into basically what we want to do is we want to draw the high scores to screen, but it kind of needs to happen after the players entered their name. So instead of kind of doing that, add the name to the array. The add the name to the array saves it, and then if we were to turn the visibility of it off, and then we can remove that at a later point. So, oh my god, I've got so many things open. Right, so in here we are going to once they've committed, do once, set the name. Right, so then we want to set visibility to hidden. Not visible, but occupies layout space. Right, so if we make it hidden and then draw, if I unplug that one for the moment, draw high scores. Let's see if that works. That should work. Right, so if I do... Oh my god, there it is! Guys! It's worked! It's worked! Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so then what we need to do is we need to have a button on this to say, like, close it. So okay, I've got you. Okay, all right, that's progress. So then that's great. So then what we would need to do is then remove the name widget, which is here. So this is in the code. So we then remove the name widget, which is this whole thing. That would close that, and then the draw high scores. So basically this part of code that I've highlighted there, we would place within the high scores. So when the player clicks like main menu, that would take them to the main menu, and within that code we would handle the removing this bit of code I've highlighted. So that does work. So let's just test that again. So if I do one shot, and then call it hoo-ha, so it's creating a scroll box. So it will basically keep adding to that. But we obviously don't, we want a limit. We want a 5 limit. So if I just clear that off. There we go, look at the bottom. So we need to have a cap in there to say like 5 limit. And then what you would also want, you would want to get... I don't think you need to have numbers at the start to say position 1, position 2. It's kind of self-explanatory, isn't it? If you're at the top, you're at the top. Okay, I'm really happy with that. It works! Woohoo! Okay, so now we need to handle the sorting of the array. See, I thought by having like the array elements here, like I thought you would be able to see it on there, but yeah, interesting. Okay, so let me go back to the tutorial. Just watch what they were doing last. So so they're in the add data one at the moment, which was in there. No. Add data, so it's in the high scores itself. Right, we've got less than 10 minutes left on this tutorial. Okay, right, so what he's done, he's skipped the video, he's paused it, and then he's done all of the code in a separate thing. Okay, so at the point we've... Oh, why has he removed the widget? Oh, right, he's done that stage... Hold on a minute. Oh my god, he's added in like 6 variables. Jesus Christ. Alright, let me just watch. Right, guys, this is the last bit of this leaderboard. Holy crap. Right, he's got loads in there. So he's got 2 array variables for scores. And the same for names, and then he's got, that looks like 2 integers. Right, so basically at the start he is setting the player names and scores. Right, I'm hoping he's going to zoom in so I can quickly piece this together. Right, he basically messed up. He's gone back into his player area where he's done the saves. And so he's created a string variable for the save file name, which I don't do. I prefer to type it in the box. So he's sorted that out. I don't know why he's... If you're typing it correctly, you shouldn't get any errors. I haven't had to do that in any games I've made. Okay, right. Okay, so it's in leaderboard at the moment. Okay, guys, right. I'm gonna pump this out. So, promote to variable. Okay, so, oh, hold on. Okay, so this whole high scores is going to get quite big. So he's got right. Last names is a string variable, and that's an array. Right, so if I drag this across, we're going to need to make a bit of room here, guys. Right, so if I just... I'm just going to move this down here. Right, so he's setting the last names based on that. And then he has another array variable which is called last scores. And this is an integer array. And he's setting the last scores to be that. So last names, last scores. And then he's doing a right, okay. So we've got that bit. These are probably going to get unplugged in a moment. Right, let me do the code that he's got. Right, so he's got a for each loop. And he's getting the last scores and plugging that in there. And then setting the current index. What? Ah, the current index. Okay. That's not even going into anything though. Where has he got that from? He's literally just moved this. There's nothing in that. What? So he's got a single integer. Current index, last score checked. Actually, I'm not sure if that's... Oh, it's hard to tell with that colour. Because he's using an older version of Unreal on his variable list. Oh, it is an integer. I've just seen him highlight it. Right, so let's call this current index. And then we're going to set the current index. I'm not even joking, guys. This section we're doing at the moment is quite monstrous. Right, so then he's doing a branch. And sorted scores. Sorted scores is an array. So he's getting the sorted scores and getting the current index. And then doing that. And that's the condition. So what we're doing at the moment is this section is basically all about sorting the display of the high scores so they're ordered correctly. I don't understand. He's not plugged the index into anything. He's literally not plugged it into anything. Oh my god. Right, I'm going to try, he's moving through this code quite fast. Right, so at the moment I have that branch in. Okay, so at the moment I'm here on his tutorial. And then the false, if I copy the false. So the false off of this branch. Right, we need to get the sorted scores. And we need to add to the array. So this is the false. And this, the index for that is coming. Where is that coming? Hold on. So this is going to the array element. That's correct. Okay. So that's going into that. The array element. Okay, and then off of that, he's, oh my god, right, last names. Getting right, so it's getting the last names, and then this plugs into the array index. Right, and then he's got another array called sorted names. Sorted names. And this is string. Right, so we're going to get sorted names. And we're adding. So this plugs into that. And this goes into that. So the last names plugs into the get, the sorted names array we're adding to, and that looks good to me, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Right, so last names get, sorted names add. That bit is all done there. Sorted scores and current index. Sorted scores. Okay, so off of this branch, this is so complicated. Right, so we're setting the current index there. And then we are going from this branch, we're doing another branch. Right. So this branch handles this section, and then the condition for this one is get the sorted scores, get the current index, so we're going to get and we need a greater or equal. You should see how messy the tutorial code is. Like there's a lot of stuff going on with it. So I'm trying to make mine much tidier than the tutorial is, because if you've got messy code, and you've got colleagues looking at your project, they're not going to follow the code easily. Right, so that's the condition. So we've got that bit done. We've got this bit done. Get sorted scores, current index. Get that. If it's greater or equal. Oh, hold on. So this little line, that pin is plugged into, oh man, that's really hard to see. Right, it looks like he's going into the index. I'm just following the code. There's a long line, but there's two other green lines in this tutorial that cross over. So, fuck. Right, there's one that goes past. Oh, I'm not sure if he's... I'm really not sure with that one, what he's plugged that into. Okay, it looks like... It looks like he's plugged that into the index. Sorry, the element. I apologise. It looks like he plugged it into the element. It's really hard to see because he's got two green lines. Oh, hold on. He just shifted it. Yeah, I think I've plugged it into the right one. Yeah, it's definitely going into the element, array element. Yeah. Yep, that's correct. It's a really good tutorial, this, but it's super complex, this part. I'm just waiting for him to scroll across the graph so I can see the next bits I need to add. Okay. Right, so let's do the next section here, guys. So, off of the true. Right, it's got that bit right. Okay, so off of the true, what we're going to do, get the sorted scores, get the current index, and we're going to insert. So the current index plugs into the bottom. Current index plugs into the bottom there. So off of the true, that goes into there. And then, so the true goes into the pin of the insert. And then he's getting the last names. Get. And then he's getting the sorted names. And he's inserting. So that goes into there. That one goes into there. And the index is going to go into there as well. Okay. Right, and then we need to basically plug in, I think that's the index, isn't it? No, well, no. Right, so we need to plug into those. Until he zooms out of this graph, I'm not really going to be able to see what they are. Okay, right, the array element was going into this one. So the array element was going into, oh my god, guys, if you saw this graph, I'm not even joking, the complexity of this. Right, where is that plugged into? Right, it looks like if that was going into the array element from this tutorial, if that was going into the array element, that line would be a lot more smoother, but it looks like it's actually going into the array index. Oh my god. That's definitely going into the index. Okay, right. Okay, let's look at this graph. Okay, so at the moment, I've got that section done. I've got this whole bit done here. The bit I haven't got is another branch. So this is coming off of the false. Add. Right, so coming off of this one. Okay, so it's getting a current index. And he's adding one. Add one. And then he's getting sorted scores. Get sorted scores. Get the length. And then he's subtracting one. And then he's doing the greater. Right, so he's getting the length of the sorted scores. He's getting the length of the sorted scores, subtracting one, and he's getting the current index, adding one. And if this is greater than that, right, that's the condition, and then off of the false, he's got a plus plus, whatever that means. No. Current index. Plugs into there. Nothing comes off of the tail end of that, but the end of this plugs into that. Trying to make this code as neat as I can, guys. Right, so we do the plus plus, and then the outcome of that goes, it goes back to the first branch. It plugs in there. Okay. And then, oh my god. Right, so now, off of the true, we're getting the sorted scores, and we're adding he's really not made this code nice and tidy. Right, so the true goes into that. Right, so off of the true, so off of the true we have the sorted scores. So we need a pin for that, and then he's getting the last names. Get the last names. Get and then he's getting the sorted names, and he's adding to that. So then that goes in after that one, and where he's got this section, the get goes into the bottom of that. Okay. Right, so the only things we need to plug in are these two. So I'm just comparing what I've done to the tutorial. So off the true node, we're adding to the sorted scores array. We're getting the last names and we're adding to the sorted names. That's all plugged in. So we just need to plug in these two sections. Right, if I watch carefully, I should be able to see. Okay. Alright, right, it looks like the array element, is going into okay, array element goes into that one. And then the bottom one right, so that long line that's going into the index. I believe. Not even joking, guys. This is mad. Like, look at that. For the high scores. Crazy. Right, now we're going to be going into the completed section of the for loop. Right, interestingly, he has something in here, a variable called last score checked. But I've not seen anything in his code that makes use of that. So I don't really know what's going on there. Right, so off of the for each, for this completed section, that goes down into there, and right, so we need to get the sorted names, and that plugs into that. Right, so get the sorted names. That array element goes into the name. We're getting the array index from there, and then the sorted scores, and then that's it. So oh, it's really annoying that's not straight, dude. I believe that's it. That's absolute madness. That is chaotic, to say the least. Right, so hold on. Right, now is the moment of truth. We're going to test this. So what we're hoping for, is the high scores to now be sorted. Oh my god, it's done it! It's done it! Dude. It's done it. Wow. That's amazing. Right, so let's try and beat 7,000 then. Let's try and beat 7,000. That tutorial was really good. Really, really long, but really good. Right, that problem is to do with the projectiles. Dude, it works! Oh my god! It's sorting all of the high score. The only thing we need to do to this is basically set a limit of like maybe 5 entries or 10 entries, because this is just going to keep getting longer and longer. I guess what I could do is clear the array. But that's fantastic. That works. So I could basically say this is 95% complete, because all I need to do now is basically have a button on this one to say close. So the player can enter their name and then their score gets added to the high score. So I've got all the code there that handles the sorting of it. And then, like, that's fantastic. Really, really cool. So if they lose, they get to put their name on a high score, and then I've got the custom events, I've got everything in place, so I can decide at what point to allow the player to enter their name, when the leaderboard gets drawn up. So yeah, really exciting. This is really, really cool. And now that we've got this high score in, I can basically draw that to the the last button on the main menu for the high scores. I just need to figure out if there's a way that I can kind of set a limit on the array, so that if the length is greater than 5, then remove like the last entry. I need to look into how to do that, but that's all sorted. That is literally sorted top to bottom in order of value, score total. Really, really happy with that. I am so happy with that. That's been quite a long stream, guys, and we're finishing at 4 hours on the dot. What a stream. So what we've done this session is we've added in the end lose screen. So when the player's health is 0, we bring up this screen here, which shows their score, their time, and they're allowed to retry or return to the main menu. And then we've done a number of widgets here that handle the high score. Very, very complicated, as you can see. The tutorial I found has flawlessly given me exactly what I needed. I do understand what's going on to a certain degree. This is still new to me, because I only learnt about the arrays with the enemy grid movement. So, but I understand kind of, you know, the basics of what's going on here about placing data into the array, comparing it, sorting it, adding, you know, there's an awful lot there, but it's it's super complex. I'm going to have to call it there because I need to sleep. But this is fantastic progress, and I can I can now fine tune. I can finish off the main menu. I need to look into how to limit the amount of data in the array. We don't want it being crazy long, and I'm not too sure about the scroll box. I feel like I prefer. Where is it on the high score? I don't want a scroll box. Like, I don't know why the person that did the tutorial thought it would be good to put it in a scroll box. But we're gonna basically set a limit, so you know they the entries is like, maybe we could limit it to 7. Like, you don't want a never-ending list of high scores. That's just crazy. We could even have 10 entries, to be honest. I think 10's a reasonable amount. But anyway, that is the high score, guys. That is the leaderboard. Where even is it? There we go. That's the leaderboard done. So that's the lose widget UI, and that is the high score done. Next stream, I will fine tune this. I will add in a button for closing the leaderboards when it's displayed. I'll add it to the main menu, and then that's pretty much going to be like wrapped up. Really happy with that. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Apologies for following the tutorial during the stream, but I needed to do that. So I know for certain parts of the video the stream might have been static while I was reading and watching the video, but everything works. There isn't a single fault. Everything works, and it's fantastic. If you enjoyed the stream, feel free to give us a follow on Twitch. You can also subscribe to my YouTube channel below if you want to watch back previous game dev streams. I've got both videos for Unity and Unreal, which covers quite a variety of mechanics and things to do with the game. So go check that out. Thanks for joining me tonight. Hope you enjoyed it. Stay safe, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Ciao, ciao.